Так, всем привет. Самаха, приветствую. Трямы нам и вам. Ща я тут это... Ладно, остальные захотят, подтянутся. Фу-фу-фу. Да. Сегодня вроде все нормально запустилось. Пока проблем не вижу. Сейчас я чаек заварю и можно начинать. Я на самом деле не стал перепроходить тот диалог. Так что начну вот как раз с диалога, общения с тем парнем. Чем бы он там ни занимался, все мы прекрасно понимаем, чем он там занимается. Так. Да, откройте дверь. Блин, ему еще надо сходить, доложить об этом. О, какое-то. Книжка и вот это вот все. Так, а здесь больше ничего нету, да? Так, балкон с видом на двор и на дерево, на котором... Да, он свидетель того, что мы, блин, дверь открыли. Эй, мужик, спрыгивай к нам.
His eyes have been following you for a while.
Not looking for any trouble, officer.
Проблемы я не доставлю, просто хочу выяснить, что происходит. Кстати, это... Что я хотел сказать. Несмотря на то, что типа предупредили о том, что полицию здесь не любят, на удивление достаточно много народу весьма неплохо к нам расположены. Не знаю, как правильно. В общем, весьма неплохо относятся.
Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has a great view of the whole thing.
Так, Нужно
Is
поговорить
it
с
really
тобой.
that important?
Like a nervous cat.
All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run.
Открывается хороший вид на задний двор кафе.
I can tell that you finally got him down. Thank you. It was quite a disturbing sight, even by Martinet's standards.
What were you doing last Sunday?
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you?
Wait, is someone else investigating the lynching?
М,
No,
Разве?
not you. Some more muscular type.
And when did you speak to this more muscular gentleman?
Last week? I don't know. Look,
Так.
You didn't answer the question. What were you doing last Sunday?
I had a friend over. It
Что
was
за
my Sunday
друг?
friend.
Воскресный друг. А субботнего друга у него нету.
A Sunday friend. How intriguing.
Он
He
что-нибудь видел?
doesn't reply, gesturing no with his cigarette. Under the dull and darkening sky, the neighboring windows stand silent.
Не подскажешь, как тебя
My
звать?
name? My name is Martin Martinez.
That's definitely not his real name.
Ну да, конечно, Мартин Мартинес.
No, of course not. Could you please lower your voice?
Ладно, поговорим позже.
We won't. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
Ну и попробовать убедить остаться.
Try to bring out your secret
Не в
child,
этот раз.
tears and begging. Show him your emotional side. Throw yourself before his very feet like a dog.
Эм, эм, Ладно, чего ты
No, for
хочешь?
God's sake, I don't want you to cry. Listen, I really have to go. Good luck with the investigation.
О, в этот раз все появилось.
He's gone.
Бежать посмотреть, куда он
No
пошел.
point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want to talk to us, then he'll know how to hide himself.
Ты прав, вряд ли он вообще сказал что-нибудь важное. Ну, за
He could be a
исключением.
witness. Him or his Sunday friend. Either way, we need to look into that muscular type who's asking about our case. There has to be a way of getting inside the building. Once we found a way in, we can ask around for his apartment.
Вот и славно, за дело. Да, камень сразу же
A
подсвечивается.
stone, like any other, lying in a whirl of sleet and mud. Maybe there's something under it. There's a key beneath it, rusty from the dirt.
This must be for the front door. Pity it doesn't have the apartment number on it. This building has hundreds of apartments.
Как же нам найти
We
нужную?
just have to go in and see.
Окей. Уведомление, выселение, это объявление пропажи домашних питомцев наклеены одно поверх другого. О! Логика. Кстати, а те очки, которые... А, у меня больше нет очков. Окей. Оранжевая бомжовская шапка. О, ай, от чего? Это, конечно, странненько, ладно. В коробке полно чистящих средств. Пахнет стиральным порошком. Старая обувная полка. Ботинки, кроссовки, старые тапочки. Обувь 3 разных размеров. Квартира 12. Оттуда доносится громкий раскатистый храп. И... взять все. Плитка в ванной комнате покрыта самым настоящим мхом. Это все дизайнерский ход. На шторке в душе какая-то слизь. Еще монетки. Лорейн, приветствую. Я куда-то вылез. Вдалеке слышен шум машин. На город опускается ночь. На востоке виднеется бордовое свечение городских огней. В этом электрощитке полно проводов и окурков. Очень безопасно. Ага. Занавески сдвинулись совсем чуть-чуть. Изнутри кто-то наблюдает. О, мусорка. Нет, не мусорка. А, нет, смотри-ка, монетки. Кто в пепельнице? Ну, трям. Как там? Ну да, и не в тему игры. Телемели трям где. Ну, ты бежать, блин, будешь. Заперто. Просто дверь в данный момент не представляет для тебя интереса. Окей. Кто-то выращивает розмарин, чабрец и кактус. Ничего так соседство. Номер 28. Эту дверь не забудешь. Да, самая интересная мысль. Дверь в квартиру 29. Абсолютная тишина. Никого нет дома. Дверь в квартиру 30. Изнутри доносятся голоса. Кто-то подпевает под бодрую танцевальную музыку. Как? Все, это вот. Как неудобно. Да что такое? Ты чё не бежишь? Вот. На стене нарисована пятиконечная звезда. Ну ладно. О, еще монетки. Дверь в квартиру 9 заперта. Открытка. Боги стрит 46. стой, стой. Квартира 8. Надпись на стене. Отряд для расстрела богачей. Окей. Объявление. Опечатано по решению Ассоциации риэлторов Мартинеза. Кто-то пробил стену. Волны бьются в темноте о берег. Почему в темноте, если свет? Ну ладно. А, у меня же фонарик с собой. На столе старый список покупок и банковские платежи.
What happened here?
Тогда вопросов возникает больше. Какого фига там свет, если на улице ночь? Ну, ладно, это так печально.
Put your emotions aside. Try to focus on abstract, impersonal things.
Это очень странно сейчас было. Ладно. Типа... что? Ладно. Не суть. Так. Банк не может опечатать квартиру, у которой
It will
дорасти.
still be accessible through the apartment next to it. That one didn't have a door. Sadly, nothing of great value remains here.
А наверняка найдется что-нибудь в холодильнике. Все? Очень странно все это выглядит, конечно. О, еще можно что-то обобрать. 16 дней холодного апреля. Еще выход куда-то. Отбираем коробки.
Ruination has come. The broken arches betray the once grand history of this building. It towered over the harbor until it happened.
Попробуй догадаться, что
A great
произошло.
force from the northeast fired into the city. Heavy artillery shelled the coastline. Fired from the water. A straight shot into Revachol. The tenement acted as a defensive wall against the worst of the shelling until it was destroyed, and they had a direct firing line.
Посмотреть на руины в воде.
Those arches acted as support for something greater than what you see now. Only 3 stories stand where 9 to 12 once did. Restoration has failed. What the shelling took out was never rebuilt.
Смотреть на
The
океан.
waves of the Martinez Inlet roll over the fallen remains of the building. The dark waters obscure the better part of the remains. What didn't fall into the ocean was used as scrap. What wasn't used as scrap was thrown into the ocean.
Кто за этим стоит, за этими
A fleet,
повреждениями?
the combined armies of Occident and Grad, with Mesk volunteers, a 5-nation army, hundreds of vessels. They massed airships further down in the Bay of Revachol. The artillery was so powerful. The ships not only required gyroscopic stabilization, they were anchored into the ocean floor as well. Many are still there to this day. If you squint, you can just barely see the shadow on the water, far in the northeast. Cannons still ready to placate Rivershore.
Умиротворяющий огонь. Неплохо звучит.
Coalition warship Archer can shoot 50 shells a minute on 20 co-aligned archers. They will reach the city in 58 seconds.
Слушай, Тема, ты знаешь, кто так обстрелял ваш город? Наш город.
The coalition. But that was a long time ago. I think we should move on. It's chilly up here.
В ремонте. Да. Я сейчас. Замок заржавел, войти не получится. Стол новый, там кто-то живет. Напарник, как всегда, радует своим проходом через текстуры.
The streets will flow red once more. A great torrent rushing down Rue d'Esperance. You wait and see.
The streets will not flow red with anything. Who are you?
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C.
Начнем с группы крови, а дальше посмотрим.
Go where? Accosting a minor?
Что?
Listen to your partner, pigman. Keep your grubby hooves off little old ladies.
That smell coming from her paint bucket. It's not paint. It's heavy fuel oil.
Это что, мазут?
Red dyed heavy fuel oil, intended for exclusive use in government vehicles, to be precise.
What did you think I was using? Aquarels? Sucked it out of a cop's fuel tank myself. Back in Jamrock.
Jamrock. Блин. Давай его сюда.
Oh, what? You'll push me off this ledge and pry the bucket from my dead hands?
Ты постоянно куда-то косишься. Что
The
там?
lieutenant is desperately searching for a handkerchief. Hatred, disgust. It's difficult to tell which of the two is more present in her girlish features. The woman on the boat does not notice her staring.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her.
Ozon is an archipelago 2 days' travel away from Rivershore. Its moneyed residents, used to posh restaurants and upscale boutiques, rarely have reason to visit Martinez.
Ты про представительницу White Pines.
Yes, we should go talk to her. She's a professional negotiator, though. I have the feeling she will be very cooperative while telling us nothing. You should take the lead. Ask her unexpected questions, you know? Do your thing. Don't be afraid to get a bit wacky. Throwing her off is our best bet.
Good idea, piggies. Run along now. Fuck her shit up good. Impound that boat while you're at it. I'd like to watch her swim back to Ozon.
Тебе что-нибудь известно о недавнем
I
убийстве?
ain't no snitch, pigstein. Go forth and forage in someone else's shit. No shortage of squealers in these parts.
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal, calm, informative manner.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant, fucko.
Не хочешь об убийстве? Может, знаешь что-нибудь о броне?
What do I care about some fucking tin eggshells?
Разве броня не искусство для тела?
Ugh, alright, sad piggy. I'll give you this one. I saw a little girl in the fishing village running around with military grade handwear. Looked cute as hell. If you haven't been there, the village is a shithole down the coast from the main plaza. Have a good time!
Так, идти от стройплощадки в сторону побережья. Куда-то на запад. Понятно.
Vicky, I have no idea why I just told you that. You look like a shaggy dog left in the rain for too long. I have a weakness for animals.
До
Watch your
скорого.
back, ungulate. You've got eyes on you.
Так, еще какая-то дверь. О! Сотни крошечных лапок снуют там под решеткой. Городские крысы. Здесь кто-то спал недавно. Синди. Этого угля хватит мне на одну зиму. Пахнет химией. Рабочие джинсы пурлем. Скорость реакции на самом деле могу немножко пренебречь, если имеет смысл. Эквилибристика, да нет, не имеет смысла. Так, найти перчатки из комплекта брони, спросить маленькую девочку в рыбацкой деревне на побережье. Окей. Так, здесь больше ничего полезного нет. Внутри виден каркас ремонтируемого мотоцикла и инструменты, с помощью которых его разобрали. Жилой комплекс Кейпсайд. ГДСН Гислин. Северный объезд. Без карты эти таблички мне вообще ни о чем не говорят. Похоже, когда-то, не один десяток лет назад, здесь были и другие постройки. Дно этой лодки сияет так, словно его недавно покрасили. Пирс только для жителей Рю де Сен-Глисон, 33А. Окей, так, на всякий случай, не знаю нафига. Приберу пакет, электрохимия, самообладание. Концептуализация или внушение. Энциклопедия. Ладно, внушение А жаль на самом... Так, твой номер в танцах не сильно больше этой яхточки. Она стоит больше, чем ты когда-либо сможешь заработать. Жаль, что не влияет. Пока одна из немногих игр... Нет, парочка игр, в которых влияет одежда. Но это очень условно тоже. По большей части на уровне также статов или каких-то бонусов. Это The World Ends With You, бывший эксклюзив для Nintendo DS. Вот, и там в разные моменты надо было, поскольку типа в разных районах бегаешь, тебе желательно было переодеваться, подбирать одежду, соответствующую району, иначе получал неплохие такие дебафы. Вот. И есть целая серия игр The Atelier, JRPG, ну, как бы про RPG, похождение, фэнтези мира, ательера, про пошив одежды и всякого такого. Ну, там эпика как бы хватает, но не меньше, чем в Final Fantasy. Так что весьма занятно.
Leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf is tied around her throat.
Good evening, officers. I'm Joyce. Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM.
RGM что-то смутно знакомое.
I meant you, the Revachol Citizens Militia, the police.
Она там... протягивает руку поверх перил. Ну ладно, допустим,
I'm glad
пожать
to see
руку.
you here.
Like steel, there is strength there. If she wanted, she could sink her nails deep into your skin.
I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will, gladly.
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode. Very unusual. But I can assure you of his ultimate competency.
There's a trace of irony in his voice. Mischief, even. This is a tactic.
Вот, кстати, риторика сейчас бы пригодилась. Где она там? Ну 4 в целом. Выглядит как план, ладно. Просто в большинстве других вещей риторика мне чаще мешает.
It happens quicker than a shooting star. But did the lieutenant just wink at you?
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pines group.
Похоже, вы богаты, дадите мне денег. Возможно, когда разболтаю, я воспользуюсь этим. Что вы можете рассказать о забастовке?
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets.
Так. Какую роль вы играете во всем
I
этом?
believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the Union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The Union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place.
Wait, she just admitted that the lynching and the strike are connected.
Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter 20 racist behemoth blocking the gates.
Вы имеете в виду головомера?
Yes, Jean-Luc Measurehead.
Как проходили переговоры до того, как
Let's
случился
say I was
самосуд?
not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like the RCM.
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he'd granted the union in prior negotiations.
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike.
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive.
Ludicrous even. It's meant.
Так. Какие требования они
There are
выдвигают?
leaflets everywhere and banners. What did they say again? Oh yes. Every worker, a member of the board.
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
Вот, да, сверхагрессивная коммунистическая
In
показуха.
its defense, another said, demand democracy. Pretty tame stuff compared to every worker, a member of the board.
Большинство из них, скорее всего, даже не понимают, что это значит.
Fortunately, they explained it. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about anything, it needs the signature of each of the 2,200 workers in its Martinez terminal.
Капец, бред.
Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group.
Должен признать, это действительно смешно.
They're having a blast. But how can they afford it? After 4 months, my assumption was they would prefer a more practical solution.
Что вы собираетесь делать?
I'm not sure. Naturally, I assume that was just their opening position, a hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. But there's been no follow-up, just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again. And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags. A disastrous situation if there ever was one.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
I first heard it from the bowyer at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, "Call me mañana."
This checks out.
Что вы можете сказать об Эврере?
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first.
Ставит интересы рабочих превыше всего? Серьезно?
Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood.
If you were to prick him with something sharp, you could see it oozing out. A knife, maybe? No, a rapier.
Вы так говорите, словно готовы проткнуть его
Oh,
рапирой.
heavens, no. We get along just fine. Yet, now that you mention it, I can't stop imagining that black treacle just dribbling down his double chin.
Да, очень похоже на
He
Эврера.
is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar.
Брат-близнец Эдгар. Их двое. Ну да, хороший вопрос. На что они столько времени бастуют? Там проблема скорее в том, что, судя по всему, есть несколько засланных и подговоренных людей, потому что, ну, самим рабочим, типа, вот вся эта морока с кучей подписей тоже как бы нафиг не нужна. Ну, по факту. Типа, даже если просто банально задуматься. Но кто-то их подбивает на то, чтобы вот, типа, так было правильно. В общем, есть пара человек, которые хотят власти и просто подбивают всех снизов бастовать. С учетом как бы ущербности местности, ну, вполне реально.
Yes, Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does, and when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over.
Какая прелесть.
It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues.
Ну, скорее даже... Ну да, в отдельно взятом порту, в отдельно взятой фирме. С другой стороны, как бы... Что там? Почти... Нет, 3 месяца забастовки получается. Да, выгнать всех и закрыть порт, по-моему, будет более рентабельно, чем всем этим заниматься. Что можете сказать про сам профсоюз, не принимая в расчет братьев?
The Debarders Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that. Organized labor at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say?
A mob. The Debarders are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, we are forced to cooperate with them.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Everard and his brother. And your opinion, detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Débardeurs Union is...
Ну, вообще, да, чудовищная пиявка, которая высасывает жизни из ревашоля.
Indeed, and a hungry one. Sadly, Wild Pines have cooperated with what amounts to a crime syndicate for 2 decades. However much you feed the leech always hungers.
Так, что насчет отщепенцев у ворот? Это вы их туда отправили?
Scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrock come to plead for work where the Union refuses to?
Don't let her answer it herself.
Не дай самой ответить на этот вопрос. Назовем их штрейкбрехерами. Это ведь вы их отправили
If these
туда.
strikebreakers were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret. I could not share it with you. Not yet.
It's implied. She's open to discussing this matter with you at a later occasion.
Значит, какая-то подвязочка все-таки есть. То есть те, которые... Бугай, который стоял, не совсем про профсоюз, который заблокировал порт. Еще один момент. Вы сказали, что произошла какая-то история с
I'm glad
выборами.
you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union. She disappeared.
Пропала женщина.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore, or coming to work. Ever. End of story.
Позвонила ее дочь, сообщила, что мать снимает свою кандидатуру.
This forewoman, her name?
Как ее звали?
Sadly, the company records do not even give a name. She's just forewoman in private correspondence, Holly. I don't even know if it's a sir or given name, and I don't have access to the Union's files.
Как загадочно.
Downright haunting, if you ask me. The Wild Pines suspected foul play, but what could they do? It was a Union matter. The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares. Watch out when you're dealing with him.
Thank you for your concern, man. We'll be just fine.
И что же случилось с этим Голманом?
Mr. Clare told him to... How did he put it?
О, славно приветствую. Какими судьбами сюда? Понятно. Так.
Fuck
Давай
off, midget.
пауза.
Gaumont is short of stature, you see.
Невысокого роста. Ясно.
Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the Union.
Что ж, давайте сменим тему.
Who else can I help?
Пу-пу-пу, сколько ж всего. Это, Яся, присылай больше народу, я не против. О, вот, да. Что вы можете рассказать про
Quite
самосуд?
a few things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Черт! Номер
Of course,
удостоверения.
ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. And this is my colleague from Precinct 41, Detective Dubois. I'm afraid Harry doesn't have his badge at the moment. I hope mine will suffice.
Oh, and what happened to yours, Detective?
О, слушай, красиво отмазался. Помните, напарник говорил, что недавно у меня случился один приступ. Из-за него я потерял
I
удостоверение.
see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode?
Так, давай не будем раскрывать про пьянство. Насколько я знаю, я мог его съесть. Я ничего не помню. Ни про мир, ни про этот город. Вообще
Oh
ничего.
dear. Some kind of encephalopathic amnesia. I don't even know how to respond. I do believe you, naive as that may sound. I simply can't imagine what you gain by faking such a condition.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is an officer of the RCM.
Of course, I sympathize, but I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen that badge.
She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement.
Ну, давай попробую. Внушение, как мне с ней договориться. Шанс невысокий, но...
Feelings will guide the way.
Увы, неудача. Так, для меня это очень важно, я расследую это
I
дело.
assure you, it is no small matter for me either. We all share the responsibility for disarming this situation. I hope you have a badge for me as soon as possible.
Так, что у меня там? Жалкий коп двоечка, коп суперзвезда. Когда я успел собрать коп суперзвезда, а? Кто мне скажет? Главное дело, да нет. У меня только это. Это все, что содержит мое
She's
существование.
silent. The wind flaps the sail above her.
Это яхта, еще собственный дом, а у меня есть только это дело. Да етыть.
Officer,
Ладно, благодаря этому делу меня и
you
запомнят.
know, don't mean to sound cold, but if you want something, you have to give something back. More than just guilt.
You're doing it. Despite your own best efforts, you're still getting it.
I'll be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors. They're going to want to see something tangible.
Ну, продавить получилось. Ладно.
The Union is conducting drug trade out of the harbour. It's an open secret in Martinez. Surely it must not come as a complete surprise to the RCM either. Perhaps it's time to look into it. Or you can find your badge, which honestly seems like a lost cause.
Detective, a word in private before we continue.
Да. Давай пока отойдем. О, автосохранение. Замечательно. Что ж... Единственная прям большая проблема это где потом ночевать, потому что денег я так и не собрал. Вряд ли меня пустят в номер еще. А свой дом я вроде как и не находил. Я даже не знаю, как выбираться на другие локации. Да-да-да, я вот сейчас с ним. Просто я сейчас с ним вот этот разговор проведу, потом еще брифинг с ним по поводу дела, если это еще актуально. Так что, ну, типа, следующая остановка это поиск, блин, ночлега. Я не знаю на самом деле, насколько в этой игре это важно, но вроде как необходимо. Так, чего ты ожидал?
I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and you know, not volunteer us to be her henchmen.
Да, а я думал, все прошло достаточно
This
хорошо.
woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser. Either way, we've played straight into her hands.
Мы можем просто, ну, типа, найти мое удостоверение.
Oh, that would be fantastic, but do we have the time? The world is large and your badge is 8 by 6 centimeters.
8 на 6 сантиметров. Ну, звучит несколько сложновато.
The situation might have changed drastically by the time you locate it. Time is of the essence.
You could request a new one from your station, but that would literally take months.
Ну, ладно, мы можем заняться еще
If
контрабандой.
there is reasonable suspicion,
Так.
we must investigate. Otherwise, she could claim we are siding with the Union, or that we are on their take. We'd never hear the end of it.
Ага.
What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate, briefly. But do not share the outcome of this investigation with her. We tell her it's done and demand for her information on the lynching.
Так. Расспросите ее, провести расследование. Ну, окей. Как я могу с ним...
Yes?
Я заметил, что ты за мной ходишь. Супер. Расскажи мне еще раз о
What do you want
деле.
to know?
Так, мы смотрели место преступления. Я хочу больше узнать.
What's there to say? It's just stupidity.
Идиотизм. Какого рода
The cop
идиотизм?
kind. Our precincts can't decide if Martinez is part of Jamrock or the Industrial Harbor. Yours or mine, as if we somehow own parts of the city. Typical street gang mentality. So we've let the Union make a mockery of law enforcement here. And now it's come to its natural conclusion.
Угу. Теперь, по крайней мере, понятно, откуда взялось такое недоверие к полицейским тут и почему профсоюз имеет столько власти. Противостояние идет на то, кто правит Мартинезом.
Well, sort of. It's less a matter of who gets to police Martinez than who has to. It's an orphan district, in other words. I think the dispatch desk just told both our stations about the hanging. There was quite the brouhaha at the 57th, I can tell you that. Time to settle it, they said. Cop off. But I assure you, I am not their finest or toughest with 102 cases solved. What I am is least interested in a pissing competition.
So he volunteered to represent the 57th, but not out of competitiveness. On the contrary.
То есть ты вызвался участвовать, чтобы сорвать соревнования?
Yes. I'm an unrepentant spoilsport.
Вообще, чувак, прям... Интересно, что это говорит обо мне, но то, что мой участок послал именно меня. Так. По-по-по-по. Ну, вот третий совсем эксцентричный вариант. Почему такого варианта не было при разговоре с этой дамой? Я, наверное, народу
I
перебил.
bet you do.
Ты правда
The
так
41st
думаешь?
is known to kill people. Often.
М-м. Вот
He
оно как.
neither approves nor disapproves. Yet there is something more there. Something you can't put your finger on.
Применять силу я буду только осторожен и
If you could
точечно.
only find your gun. Was there anything else you wanted to ask about the competition? If not, we should move.
Чем Мартинез такой особенный?
Martinez? Nothing. It's just a puddle at the end of some drain pipe. No one cares about this place. They care about sports. Most of our colleagues don't even know how to get here. North of the interchange doesn't exist.
Угу, понятно. Хватит о соревновании, сменим
Yes, it's a
тему.
wholly pointless matter. Forget I ever mentioned it.
Логика. Ну, давай проверю. Результат меня устроит в любом случае.
Look at you. It's because you're a failure. They sent you to slight Precinct 57.
Ну, это правда, да. Это логично от других моих всяких мыслей.
Just think about it for a second. You're a raging alcoholic who showed up 3 days late wearing piss-stained disco garb. You weren't sent here to win.
Да меня смеха ради послали.
I've considered it.
Ну, то есть, так оно и
It would
есть.
be immensely ugly of them, not to mention unprofessional, but I also think it's somewhat unlikely. I checked the
Почему?
records. This jurisdiction dispute, who polices Martinez, reaches back to the 30s. It's as old as my station. And all this time we can't decide who gets Martinez? I think, yes, both stations would prefer a win.
И что, похож на надежный вариант?
Safe? No. But you're old. You've made it this far. Something has brought you through. We've only just started working together, so I don't know what it is yet. But it's there. So no, I don't think they sent you as a joke. And even if they did, they are in for a surprise.
Так, неплохо, боевой дух восстановили. Левел получили. Так, я хочу поговорить о
Me?
тебе.
I don't see how my life is pertinent to the investigation.
Нам будет проще работать, если мы наладим отношения.
That's a fair point. All right, for the good of the investigation, what do you want to know?
Ну, там типа 200 с лишним дел, по-моему, было раскрыто. Или 100 с лишним дел раскрыто. 180. Почти 200 дел было раскрыто персонажем. Типа это супер дофига было. При этом убийств было всего 3. Так что, ну, там как бы, да. Какой-то суперкоп с не пойми какой это предысторией. Единственное, что, как я понимаю, там, типа, жена ушла от него. Ввиду того, что он дома, видимо, совсем не появлялся. А если и появлялся, то только явно не в трезвом состоянии. Так. Ты носишь куртку революционной авиабригады, так?
What? This? It's just seasonal clothing.
И штаны подходящие. В таких хорошо хранить
Where is
инструменты.
this going?
Мне нравится. Видишь ли, Ким, у меня в голове есть такое специальное место. Я там создаю всякие новые идеи и концепции.
Interesting. I think it's called brain.
Черт. Классный чувак,
It's known
классный.
their brain.
Нет, это нечто большее, но в
Anyway.
общем... Есть подозрение, что тебя что-то торкает в революционных
I do
авиабригадах.
not have a thing with revolutionary air brigades in particular.
А просто к
Okay,
авиабригадам.
I wanted to become an aerostatic pilot. Then I turned 10 and realized we no longer have an air force.
Уверен, что революционность тут ни при чем.
Absolutely nothing. Good.
Окей. Ты разговариваешь с самим
What do you
собой?
mean?
Когда думаешь? У тебя бывают диалоги с самим
I
собой?
have no idea what you're talking about.
The lieutenant's conceptualization skills must be rather rudimentary. The lieutenant is a police officer of the old school. His concerns are material and extrinsic.
Вот, значит, как концептуализация тут работает.
But this isn't an old school case.
Твой мозг никогда не влезает с советами, предупреждениями всяким таким. Класс. Нет. Понял, ты из олдскульных детективов. Уважительно
So what?
кивнуть.
That makes you the new school? God spare us. For
Класс.
real detective work, nothing beats a good notebook by your side.
The lieutenant produces his small blue notebook and idly thumbs through a few pages. We all have our different mediums. His is written. You're super lucid, yet psychedelic. You don't need office supplies to connect to your nervous system. You're special.
Ты не похож на других людей в
That's because
округе.
I'm half Seolite, or quarter. My father's father was from Seoul. So was my grandmother, but from my mother's side. It's not an interesting topic.
Что такое
It's a
соль?
part of the world, officer. A geopolitical entity and a geographic division. I told you it wouldn't be interesting.
Seoul is a protectionist, isolationist, pan-Isolari state west of the Insulindian Isola. Actually, it's quite interesting. Some would even say mysterious.
Я хочу узнать о соли
You're
побольше.
barking at the wrong tree. I don't speak a word of Seolite. I've never met either one of my grandparents, and I've never been to Seoul. I'm a regular Revacholier.
Ну ладно. На тебя
That's
очки?
correct.
You feel a slight urge to put the lieutenant down for this, but you can't quite muster enough testosterone.
Так. Ну, типа очки это
Are
круто.
they? They are mostly just cumbersome.
Что ж, ладно. Про тайну спрашивать, наверное, не стану, просто подведу
Good.
итоги.
Let's change the subject.
Так. Ну, на этом все, пожалуй. О, еще диалог. Сейчас, секунду. Так, информация Джойса о самосуде. Понятно. Один навык. Но пока мне не во что вкидываться. Ай, блин, не то. Так,
We should
еще
think
раз
about calling
поговорить.
it today, maybe. The nights are still miserably cold this time of year.
Я еще не заплатил управляющему кафетерием за
You should
ущерб.
take care of that then.
Но у меня нет
Let's talk
денег.
to him anyway. An officer of the RCM shouldn't be sleeping in the streets. We'll figure something out.
Окей, так. Ладно, давай еще раз я поговорю с женщиной.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
О, да, кстати, я поговорил с Эврором Клэром.
You have. And how did you like Mr. Clare?
Какая разница, что я о нем думаю, я просто выполняю свою
Of course,
работу.
detective. Excuse me for implying otherwise.
The RCM does not pick sides in this. I hope it doesn't come off any other way.
Of course. And I don't expect you to share anything he told you with me. I'm not a corrupt verm myself. However, if you felt like discussing something, how could I stop you? Are we not human? Are we not curious to hear another person's take. It's only natural. We would only be gossiping.
Intellectually speaking, it would be quite interesting to hear what she has to say about these things. Tell her she'll like you for it.
Расскажи ей, чтобы понравиться. Если не возражаете, я бы предложил сменить
Of
тему.
course, detective. Should something come up later down the road, don't be afraid to drop by for a chat. Until then, is there anything I can help you with?
Так. Давай спросим про
That's the man
татуировки.
who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question.
То есть вам что-то известно об
Better
этих
not tie the
татуировках?
fourth day to the backstay on this. I hope there is something else I can help you with.
Форштаг с Форштагом. Ладно. Тогда я заполню некоторые пробелы о мироздании. Вы создаете впечатление умного человека. Мне нужно, чтобы кто-нибудь подробнее рассказал мне о реальности, в которой мы находимся.
Reality.
Связано с приступом. Мне сложно вспомнить даже фундаментальные понятия.
Ah, yes. The episode. Sounds like an acute case of encephalopathy now that I think of it.
Don't be phased, madame. He functions perfectly well. He only needs a lowdown on all of reality.
Сорян, опять бросил диалог, ну ладно.
We may be here a while then. Ask away, officer. I'll help however I can.
All right, we're in. I know these all look good, but begin with the first, okay?
Энциклопедия. Так. Концептуализация невозможна? Фига. Концептуализация у меня 5. Это, конечно, интересно. Ладно, где мы?
Martinez, baby.
Я понимаю, что надо 20 выкинуть. Типа, это надо, блин, сколько вложиться. Ну, типа... 6 минимум получается. Нет, не 6, там 12. 8 минимум. Чтобы это выкинуть.
A
Пупсик.
casual term of endearment popular among the 50-plus crowd. It's a disco holdover, pay it no heed.
Я и сам пережиток эпохи диска.
Aren't we all?
She refers to your corresponding ages.
Что такое Мартинес?
Martinez is a district of Revachol. A very small district tucked away near the industrial harbour, north of the 881 and Jamrock. You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten, even. Shelled to smithereens during the Revolution. It has its charms, just not this time of year.
Вы упомянули море, как оно
It's not
называется?
really a sea, it's the Bay of Revachol. And the bay feeds into the ocean.
Мы у океана?
Yes. We're on an island in an ocean, the world's largest body of water, the Insulindic.
Known to the early Revacholians as les immensités bleues, the blue immensities.
Так, как называется этот остров?
Caillou. Imagine a pebble. A smoothed over pebble amidst a great blue sea, misshapen, cracked. The cracks are the river Esperance. We're in the delta of this river on the 6th branch, the Martinez distributary.
It is clear this pebble is of enormous value to her. And to humanity at large.
Так, надо ли мне... Ну ладно, да. Подробнее о
I'm not a good
Мартинезе.
ambassador. I've only been here once before, as a teenager. Not a lot has changed. There are ruins, a terminal, fishing boats, reeds, boys with boxy shoulders. This place used to be a province, a workers' resort before the city swallowed it and the artillery did its work. The reeds are the real star of the show here now. The further down the coast, the wilder it gets.
Мартинез, понятно, что такое Ревашоль?
Revachol. Revachol is what you call a city.
Что можете о нем
Great
сказать?
kind.
Великий
History
Ревашоль?
detective. They built this city to resolve history. Our part in it, at least. Our centuries.
Кто построил этот
The
город?
nations of the Occident, or migrant workers from Seminine and Ile-Marat, depending on your creed.
Ладно, когда?
In the DeLorean century. 380 years ago.
И что там с
They
историей?
say it's where the terrible questions of our time will be answered. The tensions are highest, the fault lines deepest. By that I mean conflicts. Ideological conflicts. The stuff of men.
Почему именно
We are
здесь?
standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island able to sustain up to 200 million people in the middle of the Insulindic Ocean, the world's connective tissue. It's where the money is.
То есть мы находимся в ненужной части очень нужного места.
I think it's fair to say so. Martinez is about
A sparkle of lights on the horizon, like evening stars above the curvature of the planet.
22 kilometers from the center of the world. That soldering iron is the bank of the world building. The bottom floors are Insiacom. Coalition government, Insulindian Mission Command.
Смотреть канал.
Silence. She lowers her hand. The water, the light. It's as though you're seeing it for the first time. There is no recognition, only the immensity of the sea and the cold radiating from it.
Ладно, промолчать и наблюдать за волнением гигантских масс воды.
She observes your eyes scanning the horizon, then breaks the silence, slowly.
Дереализация.
This is one thought
Окей.
you need to complete. Where are you?
Was there something else you wanted to know? I remember something about a lowdown.
This has been informative. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sure my memory-impaired partner has many more questions to ask. about even more fundamental aspects of reality. Might I suggest not asking them all right now? Madame Messier will be here later too, and tomorrow. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Absolutely. My commitment here is long term.
Вы правы. Я продолжу в
It's
другой
better
раз.
not to eat all your candy at once.
Indeed. I'm always at your service.
Пу-пу-пу. На самом деле, да, я пока закончу, потому что, типа, внутриигровое время уже позднее. Будут, наверное, какие-то проблемы дальше, если я не найду, где переночевать. Что ж, спасибо, пока
Glad to
это
have been of
все.
assistance. The little that I know. Anything else?
Ладно, спрошу еще про яхту. Вы на
Why,
яхте?
yes, I am.
Здесь мало у кого есть свое
Of course
судно.
there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around?
На архипелаге, что вы
I
имеете в
mean,
виду?
we are on Elysium, are we not?
Как бы то ни было, я не видел, чтобы здесь еще кто-нибудь катался на
I
яхте.
haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor carriage either.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as a patrol and pursuit vehicle. It's for crossing long distances in the greater Ravachol industrial harbor. It's not a toy.
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the Bay of Revachol, between the city and the islands.
You need to make this lady admit she's only riding around on this boat because she's rich.
Зачем?
Why what? Stop thinking. Take her down.
Откуда вообще взялись такие мысли? У меня же
Have
расследование.
it your way.
Так. Имя у
The
яхты.
boat? No. It is called Cordelati 19 because that's the type of sloop it is.
Какого
It's a
типа?
pleasure craft, a 19 pacer. It also happens to be rated for Category 1 racing. Though these days I mainly use it for business.
Она вам нравится?
My sloop? I like it a lot. It's the eel's hips, baby.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder we're investigating.
I really do, the lieutenant thinks. Is she thrown off yet? He's looking at the woman, assessing her.
Так, полагаю, с яхтой мы разобрались. Ладно, на
Of
этом
course,
пока все.
detective. Take care.
Так. Ну, почему бы и нет? Усвоить мысль. Капец, сколько всего. Что ж... На этом пока все. Пора топать спать. Какая-то бочка. А, все, я понял. Так. Здесь есть еще какие-то люди. Куча людей. Давай сперва разберемся с ночлегом. Ладно.
Another thing. Great. I love those. Yes.
Ну да, видимо, да.
Yes.
Еще раз
Have you
насчет.
got it?
Хотел спросить, не можем ли мы на сегодня
Does
как-нибудь
that arrangement
договориться?
include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me?
Оу, Ким собирается что-то сказать?
I
Ладно.
understand your predicament as the manager. However, I feel I must remind you that we are here to conduct an important investigation that also affects your business.
Forgive me for saying this, but your colleague seems more committed to drinking, and I mean no offense. It's really nothing personal. I just have to protect the interests of this establishment.
У меня по-прежнему есть ключ от
Good
номера.
luck trying to use it.
Draconian measures.
All the locks have an electronic component. They have to be unlocked down here with a master key before your guest key will open the lock.
Окей, этот диалог ни к чему не приведет, не так ли?
Not until you bring me the money.
Okay, I might have something in my motor carriage we can use when you're done here.
I really didn't want to resort to this. The man is thinking.
Oh, Lieutenant, we're done here.
Так,
Yes,
еще
have you
раз.
got it? Does
Ну
that
давай,
arrangement
так.
include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me?
Так, ладно, заплачу
As a
завтра.
police officer, you must understand that I cannot take you at your word without evidence being money. You can't stay here without money.
Понятно.
Not until you bring me the money.
Okay, I might have something in my motor carriage we can...
I really didn't want to resort to this. The man is thinking.
Oh, Lieutenant, we're done here.
Видимо, без особых вариантов. Так, куча народу, с которым нельзя поговорить. Ну что за беда, а? Так, остальное все не актуально.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
I have something here we could sell. Look in the back, in the suspect transport enclosure.
Transport enclosure. Regular people just call it the cage.
Просто называют клеткой. Окей, посмотреть спецотделение.
The cage at the back of the motor carriage looks rather uncomfortable. 4 shiny hubcaps are stacked against the seat. Their silver edges sparkle in the dark.
I confiscated these 4 a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal.
Что это вообще
There are
такое?
spinner hubcaps, frivolous things you put on your wheels. When the wheels come to a stop, the caps keep on spinning. There's no real use for them, it's just for vanity.
Что ж, ладно. Так, не то чтобы я все остальное интересовало. Спасибо, я ценю твою помощь.
As you take the spinners.
Закрыть дверцу. Ого. Эть. А. Как неудобно. Ладно.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
О, я хотел спросить о своем пропавшем пистолете
Sure
снова.
thing.
Ага. Ну, ничего не добавилось,
Sure, man.
понятно. Хочу
Yes,
кое-что
I'd like
продать.
to sell these hubcaps.
Roy takes the hubcaps from the lieutenant and inspects them. The spinners appear iridescent in the dancing light of his pawn shop.
Yes, these are very, very good. Did you defraud some foreign prince for them? Jump-a-mesk banger? No matter. I'll give you 200 real.
No one was defrauded or jumped, I assure you.
Of course, I meant no offense. 200 real for you, officer. Delightful doing business with you. Do come again.
Thank you. Here's the 130 real you need for your bill. Do not waste it.
The rest is for him, to compensate for the pain of being separated from his radiant spinners.
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
У меня есть классная фотокарточка трупа.
Oh, no. I don't like those kinds of objects. No sale.
Ты знаешь, что означают эти
Photic
татуировки?
paths, counter radiance network, anti-magnetism. It's darkness. That's all I know. Sell me something lighter.
You have absolutely no idea what aphotic paths are, but the tattoos on the man are not that.
Окей, так, посмотрим, что у меня есть.
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
Но по факту у меня ничего нет. Несколько открыток, не более того. Не то чтобы это сейчас имело смысл. Да я из одежды у меня тоже ничего такого нет. Нечего
Another time,
продавать.
perhaps.
Так. Есть другие дела. Единственное,
Boomboxes
что...
wait on the shelves, and your boombox, that gold and amber Harmon Wowshi, stares at you longingly with its tape-reel eyes.
Да, я, пожалуй, бы
And
купил.
here you are, quality sound reproduction on the go. It'll play anything, wherever. Turn any tape into a conversation of sounds and shapes.
Оу, я так понимаю, я могу поставить музыку на фон. Идея неплохая. Наверное. Так, это обмысливается. Остальное, наверное, не актуально. Что ж, пойдем тратить деньги по назначению. Дай етыть. Вот. У меня срабатывает просто привычка, что надо дабл-кликнуть на каком-то месте, чтобы он туда бежал. И в случае с активными предметами это работает, а вот в случае просто с местом не работает.
Can I help you?
Так, насчет
Yes.
денег.
Have you got it?
Я принес
Well,
деньги. Так, прости за неудобство. 130 реалов.
great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you continue to stay here, I just ask that you please pay your nightly bill in advance starting tomorrow. The electronic lock to your room has been disabled till 9 p.m. tomorrow. Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
I'll take a room here too.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do for you?
Караоке. Старый добрый микрофон для караоке так и ждет, чтобы кто-нибудь спел в него. Сюда обычно ставят текст песни. Видимо, не актуально. Но не очень-то и хотелось. Так. Пара дверей. Ну, собственно, и все. О.
You should pick that fat, juicy cigarette butt from the tray, light it up, and smoke the living shit out of it.
Да ну. Когда я первый раз запустил, у меня тоже был этот квест. Просто мне надо было сразу подойти к нему, видимо. Ну или типа в первой половине дня. Возможно, он бы отреагировал. Блин, а время-то у меня еще есть. А то трупешник там так и валяется. Или фиг с ним уже. Ладно, фиг с ним, наверное.
This is the door to the room you redecorated.
Just a moment. We should talk about our progress on the investigation. Let's go out to the balcony.
Ты так и не спел? Так. Хорошо. Выйдем на балкон.
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum. Then,
Now then, we should talk about the investigation. But I also feel you're a bit hazy on the RCM. Our role here, our rights, our jurisdiction, basically.
Да просто промолчать пока. Сложная проверка. Ну, скорее всего, это либо драма, либо концептуализация. может быть. Потому что драма отвечает за выступление, в частности, как и частично риторика. И концептуализация. Но здесь, видишь, концептуализация еще имеет отношение к простраиванию мыслей и относится как бы не только к творчеству и искусству, но и к разным родам проявления концептуальных мыслей, изречений и всего вот этого вот. Капец, жалкий коп. Еще набрал. Кайф. Так. Промолчайте, просто посмотрите в небо.
Slowly, like luminous clouds, they pass on his lenses. The lieutenant looks at his slim cigarette, contemplating the next drag.
Но драма очень хорошо поможет во всякого рода отмазках. Как я понимаю, если бы у меня было достаточно драмы, я бы и с той женщиной из White чего-то там смог бы разобраться. Тоже через блеф, допустим. Хотя предполагаю, что там проверочка-то сильно сложнее была бы.
This soldier is the highlight of the day for me, he thinks. This little stick right here. An aerostatic passes overhead, the whiskers of its floodlights on the ground below. Kitsuragi's glasses light up as he looks to the sky. Two glowing circles.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's different in land, in Jamrock and the GRIH.
Что с ними не так?
It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the union, to the company. Not daring to come here more often. It's like I told you, this place is an orphan, fallen between the cracks.
А что в Джемроке?
We run this city. West of the river is RCM land. It's incredibly hard. Human beings are. But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works. Our systems work. If they didn't, the city would disintegrate.
Надеюсь, наше расследование поможет улучшить ситуацию.
Me too. But I wouldn't count on any drastic changes in our lifetimes.
He is very tired, but the dark circles under his eyes make him look younger, not older.
Какие полномочия у
They're
нас?
quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Rebachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule.
Так, почему не больше
The
1000?
RCM's primary role is to ensure safety. We are not really supposed to play any part in the economic structure of Rebachol.
Не располагает ли это к превышению
Yes,
полномочий?
although indirectly, as citizens can always request records from their local station. Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount. It undermines trust in the RCM.
Так, понятно. Какие
We
еще
can arrest
полномочия?
people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station cold sleep. It prevents confusion and overcrowding.
Так, а где гарантия, что арестованному явится
You
участок?
can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught. It's about power projection. Thus far, they seem to mostly show up.
Понятно. Что насчет
As you may have
сопротивления?
gathered from the fact that we are expected to carry a record of our kills, like the one in your watermarks, we are permitted to use whatever force is necessary, and strongly admonished not to abuse that power.
Так, погоди-ка, то есть, если я убью при выполнении
You have to
задания...
supply compelling evidence for why it was necessary to use lethal force. In these cases, your partner is usually your witness. Not a good position to be in, by the way. Internal Affairs handles these cases thoroughly, by cross-examining you for inconsistencies. It is hard to cover for anyone, which is for the best.
Что происходит с людьми, которых мы признаем
We don't
виновными?
convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Courant and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimonies and records, which is why it's paramount to keep them.
Так, кто составлял
The
все эти
coalition
правила?
government and the moral intern more broadly. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. So we did. Now we attempt to maintain that order. No more, no less. Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Revachol or the coalition government founded the RCM.
Промолчать.
Silence. A great comment to such a conundrum.
Ух ты, елки-палки. Я получил достижение, получить максимальное уважение у Ким. Так. Что такое
The
моралинтерн?
Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution failed.
Так. Так, крупнейший предмет ТТ. Я и правда не знаю.
There are a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental organizations in the world.
У них есть символ?
Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion, self-discipline. I think you can gauge what they want you to think of them from that.
Something kind and usual. Something almost self-explanatory. Something even a little feminine, but in a strict manner.
Что-нибудь еще сейчас сыграет?
Something like the dark blue, serious color of the early night sky above.
Неплохо так. Во что они верят?
What do they believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by Her Innocence Dolores Day 4 centuries ago. Others say they are just technocrats.
Those others say they continue the humanist project set forth by Dolores Day.
Dolores Day.
A historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for opinions. The subject of humanism is too abstract for me.
Окей. Да, как-то... Не вижу смысла спрашивать, что он о них думает, так что, просто свое мнение. Блин, ну не то чтобы это прям правильно, но это близко к теме. Мы пешки крупнейшей в мире организации на защите буржуазных прав.
No, we are stooges of the world's biggest bourgeois organization, protecting the people of Revachol. That's the hand we were dealt. Without the MI, we would be common vigilantes.
Да, Кто такие вигиланты? Моя не помнить. Ну да ладно.
Sadly, it is what we already are to the people of Martinez, most of them at least, especially the Union. Vigilantes. I expect our job here to prove quite challenging.
Так, как по-твоему сегодня все прошло?
Well, we inspected the victim's body, so that's good. It was not easily approachable in that state, but we did it. I would say our initial inspection was very thorough, and we have solid leads to follow up on. Then you shot the body down, which was quite the shot.
Бьющий без промаха коп. Так, просто выполнял свою
It
работу.
enabled us to perform a field autopsy on the victim. We found some things we can really work with. I still feel like we are missing something, and there's still work to do at the crime scene too. Now, as for interviews, my list of people to talk to here in Martinez, I mean.
Так, про первичные показания, с кем пообщались.
Including a Varkler, a daunting adversary, if there ever was one.
О, да, сколько он расходников мне тогда съел за один раз. Это прям сильно было.
He wasn't particularly forthcoming with useful information, however.
He's not saying much on the matter because he thinks you could have gotten more out of Everard.
Он крепкий
Claire
орешек.
also helped you, how should I say, remember your name? That's a relief.
Не уверен, что думаю по поводу своего
That's
имени.
normal. It's best not to give it too much thought. We talked to Joyce Messier, but didn't get any information from her. I have a feeling Joyce knows how dangerous the situation really is. We have to get her to talk to us.
If Kim is emphasizing something this much, it really must be important.
Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a standard Precinct 41 practice?
I have a really good theory about why you're running so fast, son. Just you wait until we get up tomorrow.
Я задумался, потому что, ну вот, трупечник — это же наемник. Только вопрос, как бы, наемник с какой из сторон. И раз представитель организации так, как это сказать, неохотно говорит о случившемся, почему бы это не был засланец с их стороны. Возможно, лично она этого человека не знает. Но как одна из версий, почему бы и нет. Как минимум, она очень не хотела общаться на эту тему А значит, информации у нее определенно больше даже, чем у этого, у профсоюза. Вот, да, я не знаю, почему я делаю то, что делаю.
It's impressive, especially for a man your age. And in those hills. Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange.
Что ж, спасибо.
It's getting very cold now. Let's go.
Пу-пу-пу-пу-пу. Не знаю, имеет ли смысл что-либо еще прокачивать. У меня явно отстает внушение, хотя в паре мест оно бы пригодилось. Драму имеет смысл прокачать для скрытых проверок. Потому что тройки это бывает, видимо, мало. Хочется еще авторитет. Ну ладно, пока оставлю. Что у нас там? Найти деньги. Ну, деньги утром найдутся. Я там вроде бутылок пособирал. Сколько-то там нашкрябается. Распознать, когда врут. Это ты про драму? Ой, блин. Не дайте обмануть себя. У меня какой-то предмет кидает модификатор. Драма. Очки. Тогда я, пожалуй, очки сниму. Но вот менять на другие... Блин, авторитета мало. Если я правильно понял, то навыки от 4 и выше более активно проверяются в скрытых проверках. Типа тройка крайне редко, за исключением вот внутренней империи. А вот 4 бывает очень часто. И скорость реакции, и концептуализации, визуальный анализ. Что весьма неплохо на самом деле. Наверное, из такой позиции я все-таки докачаю авторитет до 4 тогда. И оставлю 1 очко на всякий случай. Нет, это нечестно. Гора бутылок в ванной. Бутылка здесь на полу. Несколько бутылок возле дивана. Почему я не могу все это собрать в пакет? Окно.
The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in. You see
Смотреть
some
наружу.
lights shimmering outside, but it's difficult to make out the outlines of the buildings below. Dark phantoms with many tiny eyes, chaotically arranged and not looking at you.
Точно, точно. Да. Я забыл, что я снял пакет. Он все равно не подбирает. Нет, вон, некоторые подбирает. Пиджак. Так, с кроватью поговорим чуть позже. В ванной ничего не получается взять.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression.
Техника, инструмент должен быть в руках. Что? Так, сейчас. Оставить зеркало в покое. У меня болторез есть.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, the chain cutters slip out of your hands as you attempt to twist the faucet into place. Well, you know one thing for sure. You've probably never been.
Окей, ладно. Нырнуть в пучины разума, поискать источник гримасы. Погнали.
Like the rest of you,
Да
you come
какого,
from a
бля?
bad place somewhere in the past. That's all you know for now.
Ну, электрохимия вообще мимо. Окей.
This fan has two chain pull switches. One ends in a tiny fan, the other in a light bulb. The blades come squeaking to a halt. It should be easier to reach the tie now. You swoop up and catch the tie. Snap! It's released from the blade. What you have in your hand is a truly hideous necktie with 4 or 5 different patterns. The knot reminds you of a noose.
Узел смахивает на висельный. Интересно, конечно. Так. Нет, давайте мне плащ. Галстук. Внутренняя империя +1. Жуть какая. Ну, в смысле, внутренняя империя это неплохо, конечно. Но галстук ужасен. Электрохимия, тут электрохимия. Остальное не важно. Что там насчет
The
дивана?
bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets look awful.
Что ж, заползти.
The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eyes. And then sleep
Ау.
sleep doesn't come.
Сон не приходит. Почему?
Maybe it's the bed's fault.
Проверить
It barely
одеяло.
covers your toes, stretching over your soft belly. This is your body here, intimate and warm, breathing.
Этот детективный триллер начался.
A bit tense in the muscles. Relax. Under your thrumming eyelids, you see a dizzying array of colors. You won't get off this carousel quite so easily.
Так. Ага. Повернуться на
It's a
другой
little
бок.
better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Part of you is still trying to solve the case, isn't it?
Ну ладно, давай подумаем, кто его убил.
Something to do with. What was it that the lieutenant said? Union? And it's gone again. Your thoughts lost between the slowing brain waves.
Хватит думать,
Your
засыпай.
breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids twitch in your sleep and images start forming.
О. Так, как я понимаю, дальше я здесь не смогу уйти, да? Дорога только одна. Интересно, откуда это светит? Оу. Выглядит неплохо.
Do you remember the scent of your childhood?
Нет, не из-за битрейта. Это скорее подлагивает из-за FPS-ов. Чуть-чуть. С битрейтом все стабильно сегодня. Так. Я ничего не
Do
помню.
you remember your wife's hand on your face? Do
Чью?
you remember the warmth of her thighs between her legs and in her mouth?
Я ничего не скажу, пока ты не объяснишь, кто ты.
You know who I am. I'm the bad day. The one where you ask her, and then later in the streets, wandering. It's the worst day of all time, Harry dear. And it's coming. She will hear about it on the phone.
Даша очень интересное это, как сказать, откровение, наверное. Стрим это уже 4-й получается, но я где-то в самом начале, как мне кажется. Только что закончил первый игровой день. Спустя, что получается, почти 14 часов игры.
Reality will turn into a grotesque nightmare. This will be the last thing you did to her. Tell me, do you remember the love of your life?
Блин, ладно, я ушел.
Oh no, funky baby, you stayed. It was the rest of it that left. Or you just stood there,
one hand on the bottle and the other on your dick, watching it go. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are yours?
Не хочу возвращаться в
They were
норму.
only cramping your descent into the abyss. Now they're gone. 3 times gone and never coming back. All of it. You failed. You failed me. You failed Elysium.
Что такое Elysium?
Everything. The pale and the useless. On the surface. The outer magnetosphere. Burning, furious truth. 8,000 years of written history. You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people. And you failed every single one of them. You really fucked up.
Я ж с ним не говорил. Ну давай, ладно, могу вернуться в норму.
You're not coming back from shit. Thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours. Bumping into things and acting like a clown. Who are you kidding?
Мой разум устал и истерзан.
Your mind is what now? I can't hear you. The rest is just a word dream. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to meet you. A thin, sleep-like state. More glass than velvet grinding in your head.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your thoughts. Some kind of new type of hangover.
Особое новое похмелье. Есть еще один вид.
Oh yes, party boy, and it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too. So soon already. A silent alarm goes off in your head like clockwork. Barely let you sleep at all. Time to get those clothes on, Harry. Time to go to work in the shit factory.
Что ж, замечательно я поспал. Перчатки. Электрохимия, окей.
Good going, buddy.
Да, мне только что снился прекрасный сон, воодушевляющий, придающий сил.
Because you feel even worse this morning than you did last night.
Что за фигня творится?
You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? You can't be a detective like this. Detectives need to be able to think.
Почему
It's
все
just
так?
that your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster. Time to get some more. You're too weak to say no now. Waking up is the worst part. Maybe somewhere down the line you could decline.
Ладно, я справлюсь и не пойду
Are
искать.
you sure? ready to live as this pathetic shell of yourself for days. Basically, a week. Let's be honest, 2 weeks. Maybe 3. You won't make it. Half the town will be dead by then. You will be fired.
Так. Брехня и ничего не
Suit
перемрет.
yourself, slow, sad shell man. See how you do without your spark.
Так. Это, конечно, интересно. Пум-пум-пум. Ну, с зеркалом я, наверное, больше ничего не смогу сделать.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall.
Да, там как бы надо прокачивать, чтобы были прокидки. Энциклопедия. Что ж, пока не вижу смысла. Так, я ненадолго прервусь, буквально на пару минут. Не теряйте, я тут паузу нажму. Так, снова с вами. Напарник, видимо, или уже вышел, или еще не выбрался. О! А, вот он уже. Капец, 7:30 утра. Вы что, издеваетесь, что ли?
You should totally sing karaoke here, the first chance you get. Your emotions need to be expressed. People need to know your vast, oceanic soul.
О, мне нравится это, да. Точный кубометраж моей души не ясен из-за похмелья.
Of course, at this point, precise measurements of your soul can
Её
only be
должны
performed from the
услышать.
outside. It needs to be heard through a PA system by other people.
Это подтверждает мою свежую теорию, что я попавший в переплет
Who is
суперзвезда.
mistakenly identified as a cop for his prominent jawline? Yes, sounds likely. You should probably go on stage and pose for a moment when you're done with this thought. See if it works.
Закончить в смысле. Так, поговорить с напарником.
Looks like we can get to work at once. The union muscle turned up. They look worried. We should talk to them.
Недружелюбно, что имеешь в
I mean
виду?
ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly enthusiastic about the RCM being here. They prefer to be policed by the union. These men here. Men who drink beer for breakfast? There's talk of an armed wing of the union called the Hardy Boys, who are responsible for state policing. I think it's them.
Так, это те люди, о которых нам вчера говорил
I completely
Гард.
forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them by the looks of it. Loud and nasty, just like the manager said. One loose thread less to worry about, and one big problem to replace it.
Так, о чем нам с ними
Everything
разговаривать?
belongs to the dock workers union. The belt used for hanging him, the circumstances in Martinez, my preliminary information. Which may, of course, all be wrong. But we still need to talk to them, and it won't be easy.
Окей, их так много, может запросить
That would
подкрепление.
just escalate tensions. No captain would sign off on it. Solving one murder isn't worth a conflict between the RCM and the Debarders Union. In fact, even the death of 2 detectives might not warrant an all-out war. So let's keep a cool head, okay?
Окей,
One more thing
погнали.
before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them, continue with our business.
Good. A power move. Purposefully concentrate on something else first. Yeah, streetwise. Zoom right past. Do it on your own terms. But aren't you curious to know what they have to say about the murder?
They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own the place. Anyway, I leave that choice to you. Whatever you decide is fine by me.
Это, конечно, все замечательно. Так. Осталось 2 часа. Он ночью не думает, что ли? На самом деле... Так, фотография... Ну, что за беспредел, а? Так, фотография
The
татуировок
intricate web
взаимодействует.
of blue lines stretches across the torso of the hanged man, from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time the lines intersect, a small white star is formed in their crossing. Hundreds of fading asterisks riddle his skin. Their concentration is highest around his heart. The pattern still kind of has an ethnic feel to it, but nothing familiar.
Кто же ты? Что
For
означает
you to
татуировки?
discover, you've gotten as far as you will without assistance. Someone who knows about history could tell you.
Спросить кого-то, кто знает историю. А вот это интересная мысль. У нас там женщина сидит, которая знает о мире достаточно много. Так, журнал меня не интересует. А вот Светоч интересует. И сперва бы я хотел разобраться с ним. Так сказать, для полноты картины.
The Greatest Innocence by João Paulo Salomão Lopes de Fuego. The book is large and heavy.
Открыть
Browsing
том.
through the various chapters, you try your best to understand the ceaseless overflow, the sprawl of names, dates, places, events historical. Most of it ends up as a twisted mass of facts inside your brain.
Ну, здесь время немножко по-другому идет. То есть здесь время идет только в диалогах. А пока ты бегаешь от точки до точки, насколько я помню, оно простаивает. Поэтому чем дольше треплешься, тем быстрее идет время. Но вполне себе. Есть игра, в которой время не останавливается совсем и критично важно для всего процесса игры. Но не то, что прям инди-игра, но в какой-то мере уже можно ее так называть. More Utopia от русских разработчиков I Speak Logic. Что первая игра, что переиздание, скажем так, More 2. Имеют, в принципе, механику не останавливающегося времени. А еще там события все генерятся по ходу действия событий. Тебе надо жить, есть, пить и спать, общаться, пытаться там разгадать все это дело еще параллельно. Еще надо заботиться о больных, потому что ты играешь там за врача. И кого-то можно вылечить, а кого-то не успеваешь вылечить. Или ты за весь день можешь не успеть найти ни одного лекарства. И придется потратить свои силы, которых потом не хватит на следующий день. Там прям вообще капец отдельный.
Your educational survey is done. Did you catch any of that? No. Oh well, it's pop quiz time. Let's see what you've learned. This might take a few minutes. You ready?
Так. Запомнил что-нибудь? Нет, конечно, нет. Почему нет?
That's the spirit. Here we go. Question 1. Who was the first innocence? Oh yeah, this is what I was made for.
Dolores Day?
Incorrect. Dolores Day was the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state. She codified parliamentary democracy and created modern institutions. Among these, the moral intern, she was powerful and beautiful on all her icons. Her colors are silver, white, and apricot. And when you think her name, Dolores, stomach acid rises to the back of your throat, and it hurts. You see a flash silver, a wreath, an airport bag, and blonde hair. You don't know why. Another choice, perhaps? Steer clear of this one. There's something terrible about this one. A
Что?
strange sensation of loss. When she left the earth, the dust, and the ice, and the humans. That is unimportant to the quiz. Stop thinking about this.
Класс.
Yes, the quiz is impersonal. No need to rouse sensations in yourself at the mention of Dolores Day. Who was the first innocence? It wasn't Dolores Day.
Ну, в данном случае не совсем книга, ну ладно. Так, выкладывай
Pop quiz
подсказки.
is a short examination designed to test your knowledge without any prior warning or announcement. Such exams allow the teacher to assess how thoroughly the students have retained the material at hand. Voila. Now blast that first innocence. Thanks for nothing. Dolores Day. Dolores.
Что? Болевой порог. Блин. Соло?
Incorrect. Sola was anointed during the previous century and even lived to see the current one. She was an urban planner who spoke her mind and largely left history to its own devices, encouraging people to excel on their own rather than prescribing to a deified model of history. She is often called an anti-innocence. Sola resigned after an assassination attempt by a Yugo nationalist who blamed her for not taking the side of the left during the turn of the century revolutions. Innocences don't usually resign. Care to try again?
Ну, у меня последний вариант.
Correct. Nothing much is known about him. It's not even clear that he was a he, but Franco Negro presumed as such and called him Pius. He's depicted as a young man with molten gold pouring out of his mouth. All he spoke was gold. It said he invented God and equality of men before God. He also introduced the gold standard as a way for measuring people's love for Aurum. As the first innocence, he declared that there should be more of those like him. It is presumed his disciples were the beginning of the Holy Party, the founding party. Question 2. Who was the strongest innocence? Easy. Everybody knows the answer to this. You, me, anybody.
Так. Конечно, попробуй еще раз. Я уверен, ты меня всегда поддержишь.
Innocence is the highest category of historical personage in the world, a literal personification of history. Traditionally, an innocence, when anointed, assumes supreme rule over the Occident or the known world in general, at least the parts that matter.
Да-да, очень интересно. Но я думал, ты подскажешь мне ответ на вопрос.
I can do better. Okay, so commonly an innocence does not enforce his or her power through military power. This is seen as unnecessary. The innocence wins because an innocence can't help but win, for their deeds are inevitabilities. Did this help?
Нет.
Damn. Great. Dolores.
Franco Negro?
Correct. Named the innocence of militarism, he codified hereditary rule. but at the same time ended serfdom and established the inter-isolari real as the global reserve currency. He also established the concept of the nation. Franco Negro attempted to solve the rising tensions between the aristocracy and bourgeoisie by building a unified society in which every man has a place and a mission, but at the same time may rise to nobility provided on the strength of his virtue. Question 3. Who was the false innocence? Got it under control. No problem. Solid on this one. It's widespread historical information.
Я не знаю ни одного из вот этих трех. Нет, по-моему, вот про нее что-то говорили.
Kedra is a large nation in the mid-northern area of the Muindi Isola, north of the Occident, between the Ilmarin mountain range and the Pacific Mare Interregnum.
Тогда мне нужна подсказка.
Yes, there exists a group called the Founding Party, known as the Holy Party, during the time of the Pericarnacium. This, the world's oldest international organization, spends its time in search of either the re-emergence of the innocents or new members. There seems to be a mix-up with the sources. It's not my fault. At least it clearly wasn't Dolores Day. She wouldn't be false. She's beautiful.
Мне не нравится вот эта вот отсылка к Долорес каждый раз. У меня есть подозрения, и я не хочу, чтобы они подтверждались. Рене Пастернак?
There have been a number of counter or false innocences, some assumed to have innocentic qualities, some who just thought so themselves. Occasionally, they have the support of a faction inside the ecclesiastic organization, and accusations of foul play have arisen. The most famous and important of these was Ernest Pasternak. He was into torture, despotism, hymns, cannons, and world conquest, but got defeated and humiliated by Stepan the Despicable of Kedra. Final stretch. You've come so far and learned so much. This is the most important one. Question 4. Who was the greatest innocence? The most important of them all. The most precious to humankind. I've got it. Honest.
Я не должен отвечать на этот вопрос, ну ладно. Ну, давай подсказку.
Of course, this is my thing. The reason I exist in this world. The correct answer is Franco Negro. Zero doubts.
Ладно.
Incorrect. While Franco Negro built concrete churches and cathedrals, and while many people, especially the Mesk, consider him a father figure, due to his militarism and nationalism, João Paulo Salomão Lopes de Fuego argues differently. Another choice, perhaps?
Кажется, энциклопедические знания пора уволить.
Oh yes, militarism and nationalism. My bad. Yes, obviously.
Черт, ладно.
Correct. The Mesk might see Franco Negro as the father of nations, but as of this century, there's been a great shift in attitude. Dolores Day has become widely regarded as the greatest innocence, a most radical change to the whole fabric of the world. Everything from inter-isolary travel to the connected world to 3 consecutive scientific revolutions can be traced back to her. Every decade that passes, she seems less human somehow and more beautiful. Congratulations on finishing the test. The results and your subsequent grade have been calculated. You get a C, vaguely passable. A solid effort with nothing much else to show. Nice going, mediocrity man. You would have done better if you just left Dolores Day for the end. Dial the Dolores Day down a bit.
Нет, я не хочу это продолжать. Я понимаю, к чему это приведет, и у меня не хватает расходников для всего этого. Нет, закрыть книгу. Что ж, так, найти деньги. Вот, кстати, да, я сперва... Так, драма у меня 4. Окей. С ней я поговорю чуть позже. Там что-то есть. Помидоры порезаны до прозрачности тонко. Неплохо, неплохо. Так. Ага. Она типа имеет к ним какое-то отношение? Что ж, ладно.
That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy. It's almost touching how syrupy and sticky it is. How long have you been up already?
Не сейчас.
Excuse me. Do you have something better to do than lust for sweet syrupy rum and lemonade? With a twist of lemon? Maybe lime? Maybe who cares? Just rum?
Закончить с мыслью. Я думаю, в такие моменты меня очень выручает самообладание, наверное. На проверку я не прохожу, так что черт его знает. Сперва я хочу раздобыть денег на номер.
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equals 10 cents. Your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears with a satisfying jingle. You're a richer man now.
Окей, деньги у меня есть. Так, момент второй. Ну, беги ты уже. Я хочу снять с него ботинки.
The man is decomposing visibly now. Every hour, he looks less like a creature. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
I thought we decided to leave it to processing. Let's not turn this into some kind of circus.
Damn it. This is turning into some sort of mega puzzle. Okay, so you can sneak out of your room maybe, after he's gone asleep.
I thought we decided to leave it.
Да серьезно.
This is okay, so you can sneak out of your room maybe, after he's gone asleep.
Блин, ладно. Надо поговорить с пацаном еще раз. Эмпатия, легендарно. Хорошо. Ну, ладно, так. Он сказал, что ты обещал спустить на него мусоров.
Yeah, so? Kuno did sick the pigs on him. Kuno's a man of his word.
Kuno sent your fat ass running around like jello.
Look, pig. Kuno sent you to rough some people up. Kuno played you. That happened. Now you and Kuno should move on.
Я это запомню.
You got fucked, pig. Fucked bad. Of course you're gonna remember this. Now get the fuck out of here, Grief and the Kuno. After this shit, you better have something real interesting to say if you want to stay in Kuno's face.
Yeah, real interesting.
Лачоги. Так, Магналан.
Vitamin pig? Don't you know anything?
You could use some.
Это магний, верно?
It's the mag. You fucking need that shit to stay on top of your game. Kuno goes through like a tube a day, rips mag like a motherfucker, and you could use a battle.
Oh, don't teach him, Kuno. He's gonna use it against you, Kuno.
Это просто магний, не приписываем ему свойств.
You're not getting this, pig. It completely takes away the hangover. It's like you didn't do anything. Like you stayed home playing with your choo-choo.
Fuck you, pig. Don't do mag. You're gonna OD and you're gonna fucking die.
Нашел тарелку
That's
с
where Kuno
порошком.
gets his daily hit of electric. Kuno Shazam. Kuno rides the fucking lightning in there, pig.
Bet you'd like to ride the lightning too, wouldn't you? You feel tired and old, but you could have that sparkle in your eyes.
Услышал
Good call,
достаточно.
Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to Kuno about his kingdom.
Так. Блин. Ладно, в пень.
Hear that? Magnesium. That's what you're lacking. The lack of magnesium has you slashed. The magnesium levels in your blood are dangerously low. It's about the low magnesium levels and not the high alcohol levels.
Да, все нормально. Так. Так я ж вроде расспрашивал. Ладно. Угу. Это закрыли.
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots.
Визуальный анализ нужен. Я могу, типа, нацепить еще очки, добавить 1 пункт. Но я не помню, какая там проверка. В любом случае, чтобы совершить еще раз, мне надо вкачать сам навык. Что ж, уйти. Холодильник мне нужен. Давай. Она там на крыше? Ну ладно. Да елки-палки. Во. Стой. Что за...
Snow covers the white on blue police livery of the motor carriage. The white colors nearly meld together.
Почему я вообще об этом думаю?
Do something important? Something murder related? There's always something important. Doesn't mean you can't take a moment to admire this piece of machinery.
Класс.
This is a Caprice Kanema, the Caprice Motor Corps follow-up to their highly successful workhorse, Caprice 40, and the answer to the Lum's racing breed, Ferv series. With its air-cooled, rear-mounted 12-cylinder compression ignition engine, driving the rear wheels through a 4-speed manual gearbox, the Kanema is able to reach 100 kilometers per hour in 13.5 seconds, and go on to a top speed of 180 kilometers an hour.
Обратите внимание на
Even
мотоковер.
at a standstill, the unibody Caprice Kanema looks sleek and dynamic. The cabin is tilted frontward to give it a more aggressive, hunched look. Someone has waxed it recently.
Машина настоящий демон скорости, показательный автомобиль.
You want to take a closer look?
Славная машина.
An extraordinary machine.
It's nice and all, but why so modest? Put some zing into it. Flare it up. Slam it down.
Черт.
Helium headlights would improve the range and quality of the visual field a lot. It's a bit girly right now. Fit it with some proper off-road components.
Ты не думал о том, чтобы поставить гелевые фары?
Actually, I have a pair at home. Just haven't gotten around to fitting them yet. I need to lay some wiring for the ballast first.
Когда раскроем дело, поставим их вместе?
Maybe. Yes, definitely, maybe.
And means no.
Ладно, идем. Черт.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
Инструменты.
Slides out from under the seat and clicks into place. The tools inside are neat. The pry bar feels nice and cold in your hand, heavier than you'd think. Useful for opening all sorts of doors and lids. The pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest. Preheater gauge casts a warm glow on the steering levers and the radio on its hook. The white suede feels luxurious under the touch, and the metal clutch handle so very familiar in your palm. As you tap on the gauge, the indicator pin jerks as if startled. It's in the large orange sector, indicating the engine is warm. Next to the gauge is a red switch labeled heat.
Now, that's enough fun with the foldable headlights. I know they are mesmerizing. They are also fragile. I'm not going to turn it on for you again.
Что ж, на этом закончим. Так, есть монтировка, отлично. Я с болторезом ходил. Окей, будем ходить с монтировкой, почему бы и нет. Нужен холодильник, да? О, тут есть человек. Интересно. никаких церемоний, просто поздороваться.
Hello? Me? No one. I'm just a working class woman.
She doesn't really want to be disturbed that much. If she's such a working class woman, why isn't she working?
Что вы здесь
Looking
делаете?
for something to read.
Фантастика? Я
I know you are.
полицейский. Вот и хорошо. Вам нужна помощь,
What
полиция?
with?
What with? A lot of things. For example, people tend to go missing.
Посмотреть, как
Her
перебирает
hands
книги.
move over the book covers. The tips of her fingers look rough, stained with yellow. It seems like she has spent a lot of time at work, smoking.
Ну, ладно. Пока что
The
все.
woman before you nods.
Здесь, по-моему, было
Hi, Ace
внушение.
Detective.
Да,
Are you here for more
11. Низкие шансы. Я тебе помогу снять рубаху. Но у меня нет ничего, чтобы могло добавить еще. С 3 единицами было бы сподручнее, кстати. Подарочные издания и подтаявшие конфеты. Какое сочетание.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to crime, romance, and biographies of famous people.
Пока нечего спросить, ладно.
The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang before you, as if taunting you.
Что ж, распахнуть занавески.
Just as you're about to pull apart the curtains, the petrified voice of the shop owner cries out once more.
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's off limits for the customers. Parapsychologically speaking, we're done if you decide to open them. I won't be held responsible for the consequences. It's too dangerous.
She looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books like normal people?
Дело в проклятии, этого вы
No, it's
боитесь?
just a storeroom for the employees, I told you. Now please step away from the curtains.
Говорят, там холодильник, который мне
Everybody
нужен.
suddenly needs something from there. Leave the curtains be. It's what it wants.
Его желание. Давай 4. Я чувствую, как это место зовет меня, я должен разузнать.
My God, even more reasons not to mess with the curtains. Just step away, dear sir.
Да капец, а. Ну ладно, еще варианты есть. Я полицейский, мне туда нужно.
Why? It's not like anyone was killed there. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be so impolite. Just please don't go there. I can't allow that. You'll only make things worse and unleash the powers.
The curtains do seem frail suddenly. not robust enough to contain a slippery darkness.
Thank you.
Ладно, я подумаю.
Let's just talk about this first, all right? There's no reason for you to venture into the unknown.
Talking is always good. Go see what she has to say. There is something mysterious about the curtains. Be careful. The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang before you, as if taunting you.
Да, распахнуть рывком.
You see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash. A doorway stands in the back, covered in dozens of scary little Seminese wards, your shadow looming over it like an omen.
I warned you, you're unleashing forces beyond your understanding.
Так, мне нужен фонарик. Призрачные силуэты сушилок для волос. Сушилок для волос. Но это пока светло, Самаха. Слегка андрогинный портрет мужчины. Напоминает химзавивку.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of Seminese trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked.
Постучать в дверь.
Echo. No one is there. A hollowed out, dark echo.
Но выломать у меня ее не получится, к сожалению. Ну есть. Так. Ладно, я понял, это так не сработает. Окей. А жаль. Мне надо будет поговорить тогда еще с тем чуваком у профсоюза, потому что он вроде как и имел какую-то инфу по поводу того, как снять ботинки. На самом деле я бы тупо снял ботинки и на этом бы закончил. Ну типа труп отправил куда там надо. Так, деньги у меня есть. По заданиям здесь. Ну поговорить с женщиной можно. Давай. О, кстати. Стена. Низкие шансы. Концептуализация. То есть, если я выкину 12, то у меня есть шанс, конечно. Кайф. Что ж, ладно. О, вот. Вскрыть мусорку. Внушение. Вот, кстати, та самая проверочка, да. Можно будет с девочкой поговорить. Как раз 3 наберется. Думаю, этого будет достаточно. Так. Остались вопросы по поводу
Lessons
реальности.
in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
На самом деле, наверное, я после вот этого разговора и спрошу про ботинки, и на сегодня, наверное, закончу.
These are unimportant times, Detective. You and I were born after the dust had settled. 1,000th of a second too late.
Опоздали к чему?
For the big time.
Великие перемены.
Revolution.
Та, о которой все твердят.
It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next, who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights. It's a real kerfuffle.
И кто словил пулю головой?
Those would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head during the World Revolution. But the communists, they all got shot in the head. Oh, and the anarchists too. They shot them well. So well, one forgets they even existed.
Они стреляли в
Did
ответ?
they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people.
Настоящий кавардак.
Yeah, it was a kerfuffle, all right.
Yes, the Insulindian deluge, they call it.
Кто-нибудь еще словил пулю в голову на
Oh,
противоположной
lots of people.
стороне?
Even the king got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse, or drowned. Accounts differ. It was unceremonious. Just as well, he wasn't actually the king. Just the king's nephew. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad.
Плевать на
About head
королей.
shooting.
Когда случился этот кавардак?
Turn of the century revolution? Don't answer it. It's a trick question. The revolution began in 02 on the Isla of Grad, though by the end nearly the whole world had gotten involved.
Кто ее начал?
It wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of Zarat, a particularly virulent prion disease, which the authorities in Grad proved unable to contain. Then Mazov came along and overthrew the government.
Прионы? Фига. Куда все это распространилось?
From Revachol and Grad? Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself. Mazov's government was overthrown in 08, and the coalition crushed the Revachol commune 2 years later. It was the end.
Что случилось потом?
Why? You and I, officer. Our lives in the zone of control.
Something tells you her life and yours are not that similar. Maybe it's because she has a boat and you have that necktie? A pair of pants?
Что такое зона контроля?
A city-state divided into free market zones under the everlasting interregnum of the coalition of nations. And you, of course, the citizens' militia.
The clatter of typewriter keys fills the main hall of the reappropriated silk mill. Precinct 41. Chad Tilbrook presses enter. Outside, Officer Alfboy Williams slams the door of an armored motor carriage.
The zone of control is the third incarnation of Revachol. after the failure of the suzerain and the commune.
Что случилось с остальным миром?
Modernity. They developed the marvels of the inter-eastlery communication, telematic milieus, radiation, colored plastics. Meanwhile, in Revachol West, the aftermath continues for the 5th decade.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
Хотите сказать, что это продолжается 43 года?
Time flies.
И чем мы занимались все это
The
время?
20s saw a decade of urban war, west of the river leveled, offshore platforms in flames. Still, it's regarded as an improvement on what came before. 08 to 19 was simply hell.
А
The
потом?
30s? Things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed itself into the world's largest tax haven, with the international community's blessing. For the first time in a long time, it seemed like things were going somewhere.
А мы двигались?
No. It was a market mirage fueled by cocaine and quantitative easing. The 40s dispelled it like a cold splash, an Isla-wide hangover, you might say. And here we are. Welcome to reality, baby.
For her to be where she is, Wild Pines Group must have picked the right side.
На чьей стороне была White Pines?
They picked the winning side. That's why they're here, and others are not.
И им просто повезло.
Perhaps it wouldn't have turned out that way had I been in charge. I might have bet on the king and led the Pines to doom.
Вы бы встали на сторону короля?
I would have sided with the cannons. If you'd seen the calibers of the things, you might have too. Perhaps it's better I was born when I was.
От нее я такого не ожидал на самом деле.
10 of the 14 Indo tribes got it wrong. Feld, Kupri, Tricentennial. So I suppose I would have been in good company.
У кого права на недра?
The liberals got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, I mean everything.
И как ему удалось
We
выиграть?
didn't win so much as survive. We were the last ones standing when the war ended. Everyone else got shot in the head, remember?
We. She's one of them. Of course.
Если все были мертвы, то кому было
To
сдаваться?
foreign intervention. The coalition. Those people really took the mineral rights.
Вы сказали, что либералы и так уже все
The
забрали.
liberals took everything that wasn't nailed to the ground. The coalition took the ground. The ocean, the laws, and the people.
Кто входит в
The
коалицию?
coalition of nations. Grad, Mesk, Vesper, Messina, Oranje, and Sur-la-Clay. The armed center of the world. They landed here and ended the revolution. It was the moralist thing to do.
По-моралистски?
The moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is. They believe in mineral rights and not shooting people in the head. At least not in the same manner and volume as the others do. They are the long-standing provisional rulers of Revachol now, the coalition government.
Нет ничего постояния временного, да? Временное правительство. Уже 40 с лишним лет.
This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically speaking, you are a moralist.
The color of moralism is blue. The official motto of Moral Intern, or Moralist International, is a blue forget-me-not, a piece of grey sky. Unofficial. For a moment, there was was hope.
Если это означает всегда придерживаться мнения, которое ни к чему не обязывает, тогда конечно.
An almost endearingly moralist standpoint. It must be hard to take a moderate approach to head shooting in your line of work.
Что бы вы изменили?
Good question. What would you have done differently?
Я задал вопрос.
And I asked you, past-less detective of the Citizens Militia, what insight has acute encephalopathy given to you?
Что за... Не имею понятия, что бы
You would
я
have
изменил.
died, most likely. Not far from here. Maybe even right here, during the beachhead, defending the coast the day the Coalition took the city.
Нет, я бы не стал сражаться на стороне
Then you
коммунаров.
would have died fighting against them. Long before the beachhead, our time is a shadow cast by that day.
Довольно
They are
старых
what they are.
временах.
Who knows? An afterbloom may yet come. Anyway, enough sentimentality. Is there anything else you want to know?
Not so fast. Who is she in all this? Ask her who she is. She owes you an answer.
Расскажите мне, что вы такое.
She won't maneuver her way out of this one.
Так что же вы такое?
I am the vilest of the vile. A traitor. A devourer of nations and infants. I am an ultra.
Воу.
She raises the corner of her mouth, smirking, revealing a canine.
Блин, ладно. Что такое
An
ультра?
ultra-liberal. It's a type of liberal. From the revolution. It's, not the moderate kind.
Ладно. Прикинемся, что не понимаю, что такого
Haven't you
ужасного.
heard? I am a nether creature of the Forbidden Swamp. One of those who pushed the king under a shit wagon and betrayed the revolution. We surrendered the nation to financial colonists. No sane person identifies as an ultra anymore. Not in broad daylight. Tell me, now that I've uncoiled myself, are you repulsed?
In her green eyes, you see a mixture of truth and self-satire. Decades of guilt and pride.
Ну... Да мне пофиг.
A fitting punishment, to be forgotten, if not forgiven. Save a prayer for us in our chateaus on Ozon and in Stella Maris. When the dust settled, the liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess. By virtue of their survival, they were handed enormous power to shape the future. This was all our last generation managed.
Поступили бы вы
With
иначе.
due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker government that keeps Martinez a monument to the efficacy of its artillery, I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the Coalition.
Not here in Martinez, and not in the Stella Maris or Delta Beachheads either. If not for my own sake.
She realizes her small, cold fists are clenched. She loosens them.
Then for my daughters. We had an obligation to defend our sovereignty. We should have burned the whole Isla down rather than let them have it.
Dark orange flames reflect in her green eyes. An oil fire on the ocean.
Вы патриотка?
I suppose I am. But I wouldn't be a patriot anywhere but here.
Seditious talk, man.
Вы умная женщина.
Perhaps. My intellectual vanity will be my undoing.
You're no dummy yourself.
Я тоже не
A
дурак.
smart boy getting smarter, one basic term of reality at a time.
У вас есть дочери.
Yes. Whatever else I am, I'm also a mother and a wife. Now, shall we return to reality?
Ну, концептуализации не хватает. Тяжелый случай энцефалопатии.
It's a neurological disorder caused by a lack of vitamin B in the brain. Symptoms include a retrograde amnesia. It's quite serious. You should get yourself checked out.
Из-за чего это
Well,
возникает?
it's either bariatric surgery or long-term alcohol use.
Точно
She
из-за
nods
пьянства.
slowly.
Что это? Спрашиваешь ты, раскинув руки в стороны.
A sphenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions?
Я имею в виду место, где мы
Ah.
находимся.
This is the pier of Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A, where the tenants have been kind enough to rent me a slot. Or two.
Что это за дом?
A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements, you see. And new buildings, bâtiments. After les bâtiments nouveaux. But 33A and 33B are not nouveaux. They're old. This one used to be 8 to 10 stories tall. A real high-rise by the standards of the last century. Built to mirror the skyscrapers across the bay in the Delta. That was before the war, of course. Mostly the urban middle class, I believe. This was once primo real estate, before the cannons lopped 4 or 5 stories off.
Splat, splat.
You could be wrong, but from here it appears as if she's running the brush across her throat in a soaring motion.
Wonderful.
Ладно, а это что указываю на Синди
The
череп?
girl in the old lady rags.
Да.
Looks like a sullen and rebellious member of a teen infraculture.
Инфракультуры.
Yes, you and I belong to the supraculture. We're common, the herd. The music on the radio, the food in the chain restaurant, those are all too popular for the girl in the old lady rags. She prefers a fantasy world, an infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. It is an illusion, I'm afraid. There is no refuge from the supraculture.
Я все понимаю, можете как-нибудь
I can't.
усложнить.
That's how simple it is. One may dye their hair green and wear their grandma's coat, all they want. Cattle has the ability to subsume all critiques into itself. Even those who would critique capital end up reinforcing it instead. All right. What next?
Suddenly, you're not so sure you're part of the superculture.
Ну давай, да, мне кажется, я тоже отчасти принадлежу к
And what
инфракультуре.
would that be?
Не знаю, просто чувствую это.
Ah, yes. That is what counts, I suppose. For my part, I was more of a new girl.
Новой
The
волной.
new, a cultural era, and the name of the decade it ravished, the 30s. It came out of post-revolutionary Revachol. It was ultra-liberal. It involved lots of partying, as you might imagine, and champagne-coloured everything. By the looks of it, that would have been when you came of age. Now,
Весело, хотя я совершенно ничего не помню.
wasn't it Guillaume Le Million who said, "If you can remember the new, you weren't there"?
For some reason, your mind is a veritable repository of Guillaume Le Million lyrics, trivia, and B-sides. But the time to explore this is when you're alone, facing a mirror perhaps. Right now, it would derail the reality lowdown.
Звучит интересно. Давай попытаю проверку полицейской волны. Что такое что-то важное для работы?
It remains a mystery what you mean
Неудача.
by this something close. This isn't about you. It's about reality.
Окей, тогда я закончу на
Glad to
этом.
have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else?
Расскажите мне, White Pains, чем вы
What we
занимаетесь?
do. I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking.
There was a touch of discomfort there. She wants to merely represent.
Хорошо, тогда чем же занимаются
The
они?
Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the shipping side of things. And that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration, offshore platforms.
The Wild Pines Group is one of the original Revacholian Indo-tribes. Companies awarded royal monopolies by the king, the suzerain himself, centuries ago. The king is long gone, but several of the Indo-tribes remain.
Какие еще есть индотрибы?
Son-Baptiste, Elysium, an unknown entity known as Brightest Star.
Славно для вас подобралась
Why,
компания.
thank you.
Так, ну спрашивать про деньги, я думаю, бессмысленно. Хотя, почему бы и нет, раз уж ведем
I'm
беседы.
not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year the company booked more than 20 billion real in revenue.
Так, в прошлом году 20 миллиардов. Подобные числа для меня ничего не значат.
Yes, past a certain point, numbers begin to seem imaginary, but they are quite real for the 72,000 employees who depend on Wild Pines for their paychecks. A conglomerate the size of Wild Pines is like a shark. If it stops moving and growing, it will die. Then what becomes of those 72,000 families? It is a tremendous responsibility.
А откуда у компании все эти
They
деньги?
started as an exploration and cargo fleet conducting trade between the Samaran and Insulindian Isolas. 250 years ago, when pine ships explored the South Seminese and charted Lormentang on behalf of the suzerain. Centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels pass through the great unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalizing. It's taken everything from its employees to build it.
Полагаю, наличие королевской монополии тоже поспособствовало успешному старту.
You know more than you let on. Certainly it helped, but most of the original Indo tribes have failed or been absorbed. To survive, wild pines had to grow and adapt. No suzerain did that.
И что такое гигантской системе нужно в таком месте?
You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo?
Ну, блин. 8% грузов в мире — это действительно крупные
There are no
предприятия.
minor cogs in the system. Each terminal must be accounted for, lest the entire system break. Every hiccup in such a system means thousands lose their jobs, the world over. I'm here to assure that doesn't happen.
Дубль 2 насчет татуировки. Потому что больше ничего полезного я пока не вижу. Разбираться с контрабандой наркотиков не очень-то хочется. Думаешь, первое? Ну, ладно, в любом случае, типа, как это сказать? Можно взять, но можно не выполнять.
That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question.
Вот, да. Почему? Неужели вы не можете просто взглянуть на фотографию? Как это связано с самосудом?
Better not tie the fourth day to the bat's day on this. I hope there is something else I can help you with.
Понятно. Ладно, расскажите
It's quite
про...
straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Samaran Isla into Revachol with the Union's blessing. Wild Pines has suspected it for years.
Да, я как бы понял, что не расскажет.
Ingredients for what, ma'am?
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL, and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff.
Так, сырье из Самары в Ревашоле.
Yes. After they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual production is taking place at various sites in and around Jamrock Quarter, north of here.
Wild Pine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, ma'am. Do you mean to say the Union also produces the product? Sells drugs, I mean?
Да-да, еще больше квестов, больше головника.
We're in logistics. It's our business to know. And no. As far as the company knows, the Union does not produce it. They transport the ingredients for a cut.
Хорошо.
Yes, but you won't get anything out of Evrat and the Dockworkers Union. Still, every chain has its weak link.
The handoff. The motor lorries at the roundabout.
Грузовики.
Precisely. Someone needs to move the ingredients from the harbour into the city. Once they reach Jamrock, they're distributed to a network of local manufacturers well beyond our grasp. But in transit, they're vulnerable.
В этом плане у нас может быть один информатор.
Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now. Interview the drivers who are still hanging about. One of them might be waiting for a crucial shipment.
Да, и 2 человека, которые занимаются перевозками.
Her irises are light green, like the river Esperance in bright daylight, upstream where it's clearer.
I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company secrets with you.
Почему вы не обратились в RGM
We
ранее?
did, on more than one occasion. Apparently, there's some sort of inter-precinct disagreement about whose jurisdiction this area falls under.
Эй,
We
блин.
know the company has launched its own probe into the union's alleged involvement. We also know it's come up empty. It's not just the RCM. No one's been able to find any hard evidence.
Well, here's your chance, officers.
Чем вы можете доказать, что профсоюз замешан в деле?
How do you think they're financing this strike? There are thousands of unpaid dock workers going strong for the 4th month straight.
А еще липовый охранник сидит.
There was a shakedown of local businesses preceding the strike. Many were squeezed to bankruptcy to fund it.
With all due respect to these desert cacti, the contents of a few cash registers cannot provide for 2,000 men. The local businesses can scarcely provide for themselves.
Так вы считаете, что забастовка ими финансируется?
Precisely. Smuggled out of that very gate at night, most likely, then loaded onto lorries and driven to Jamrock. You simply need to find one driver who will open up to you.
Окей, ладно, принял решение по поводу
Yes?
расследования. Ну, давай принять.
Excellent. According to my reports, there are at least 3 lorry drivers lingering near the roundabout. Hopefully one of them will know something. It may come to nothing, or it may just blow the case wide open. I suspect the traffic jam won't disperse for a few more days. You should have the time you need. In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of assistance.
Что ж, на этом с ней закончим. Чё, у меня 2 это. Пу-пу-пу-пу-пу. Ладно, пока оставлю, я не знаю, во что я хочу вкинуться. Что у нас там насчет мыслей? Пятнадцатая индотриба. Все занято, да? Разблокировать за прокачку? Шо? Да, то, что забывать, я уже посмотрел. Ну, если что, вот эту скину непонятную штуку. Там осталось чуть-чуть. Карта. концептуализация. Так, витрина с безделушками. Среднее, повешенное восприятие легендарно. Томми Леом. Эмпатия опасна. Концептуализация. Так, зеркало, энциклопедия опасно, электрохимия невозможно, Ким, сила воли, средний... Что? Ладно. Рене Арно, даже не помню. Карту. Можно купить карту. Я так понимаю, если я куплю карту, то я вот эти вот все мысли у меня будут раскиданы по карте. А то я... Эмпатия. Так, зеркало, техника. Типа зеркало можно еще в новый день проверить? То есть некоторые проверки можно подождать день и кинуть их еще раз? Так, подожди, а как тогда это работает? Белые заблокированы. Где у меня это? Вот карта. А серые, типа, возможные проверки. Я же правильно помню? Обнаруженные белые проверки. То есть это то, что можно использовать. Все, да, белые доступные, серые, типа, прокачайся. Так, кстати. Головомер, концептуализация средняя. Стена на заднем. Так. Энциклопедия, самообладание, электрохимия. Но остальные типа сильно это. Болевой порог средний. Так, что я хотел? Хитро. Так, ладно, раз я буду пробегать мимо, то я хотел накидать себе внушение. Да, внушение, вот, +1. У меня внушение 3. Отлично. Как это странно, конечно, работает. Бежать. Ну, типа тут по дороге я хотел еще... Кстати, не помню, что там за проверка. Почему здесь... чего здесь не хватает? Почему все здесь кажется таким знакомым? И провал! Отлично. Ну, тогда валим отсюда. Так. Полицейская волна и трепет. Здесь сумрак, -1 внушение зато добавляет. Визуальный анализ пока не надо. Так, и я хотел поговорить с этим, с чуваком на лестнице. А остальное уже как-нибудь в другой раз. Ну, как раз вот 4 часа стрима. Просто мне кажется, он начинал говорить про ботинки.
Hola, wandering man. How can I help you?
Так,
The mercenary,
мысли.
eh? Who could have killed him? That's indeed the question. Why even do
Ага,
such a
вот,
thing?
давай, да. Такие используют, так, специфический ремень. Такие используют, где нужно поработать с тяжелыми грузами в порту,
What a
например.
thought. Why would noble workers resort to such a thing? Unless they were pushed, of course.
Подтолкнуть
Your
как?
dead guy was an enemy combatant.
Что это
He was an
значит?
agent of the opposition, attempting to undermine our honorable efforts.
Это вы его
I ain't the
убили?
murdering type, but that's just me. Large organizations like our union have all sorts of men, with all sorts of skills.
He's not lying about not doing it himself.
Understood. This has been of limited use. Still, thank you.
No problem. I wish the best to you in your search. Sure, I'm glad it's not my search.
Ну ладно. Что ж, мне, блин, придется все-таки еще один трупешник держать, чтобы найти момент утащить эти ботинки несчастные. Угу. Темная жидкость в кофейнике походит на разумное существо. В каком кофейнике? Ну ладно.
Snow is quietly covering the numerous wine bottles and cigarette butts on the ground. Someone partied really, really hard here.
Это все
Well,
я?
yes, I think we can say with relative confidence that it was you.
Так. Я все еще не до конца уверен, что это моих рук
I
дело.
am, but it doesn't matter right now. Let's just move on.
Выглядит на самом деле не очень убедительно, но больше спихнуть не на кого. Да ёлки. Ой, я могу подобрать их все. Какая прелесть. Чувак, там... То, видимо, эти...
This is the night watchman's booth. The name on the door reads René Arnaud.
Ну да, тоже верно, кстати, Самоха. Ага, значит, вот тут работает Рене, надо осмотреться.
If you must. But please hurry. We are pretty easy to spot up here.
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. The cabinets are clean and their sparse contents meticulously organized. There's a framed photograph on the table.
Я бы хотел посмотреть фотографию, но забирать... Ладно,
It's a
забрать.
black and white photo of a young couple out in a street fair. The man, René, is dressed in a Royal Carabinier uniform. The girl is young and very pretty. She is smiling playfully at the camera.
Why did you take that picture of René?
The man, René, is dressed in a Royal Carabinier uniform. The girl is young and very pretty. She is smiling playfully at the camera.
Why did you take that picture of René?
Nothing incriminating catches your eye.
хочу спросить его о
You're
снимке.
really interested in that old soldier. Not sure I understand your fascination, but sure, as long as it doesn't take up a whole lot of time.
Jamais vu. Derealization. Jamais vu. The opposite of déjà vu. Not already seen, but never seen. Everything that should be familiar appears strange and new, like some half-forgotten day in your childhood. Only now. That's the feeling you've been having. And for who knows how long. You should go and ask Joyce Messier about this. What world are we in? This is a fundamental question.
Прикольно. Не то чтобы я хотел терять эту штуку. Ну и раз у меня есть пара свободных очков, я, наверное, все-таки закину одну в мысли. Самаха, имеет ли смысл как-то там определенно ячейки открывать или нет? Ну и да, на этом я все же буду заканчивать. Вкину вот очко, закину... Не заметил, окей. Тогда разблокирую просто по порядку, закину вот это. Вернее, про фотографию. Прикольно. Типа, это на самом деле можно абьюзить как-то в последующих прохождениях. Но, честно говоря, не вижу большого смысла в чем-то подобном. Что ж, мой мозг выдохся в смысле. На сегодня я на этом заканчиваю. Большое спасибо за то, что все это действо смотрели и скучали, возможно, или не скучали, если кому-то вдруг все это интересно таки. В следующий раз я, значит, еще закрою вопрос, касающийся определения мира и всего, что вокруг происходит. Ну и, видимо, полноценно уже буду погружаться в несколько расследований разом. Всем большое спасибо за просмотры, комментарии, общение в чате и все вот это вот такое. Забегайте еще. Не уверен насчет завтра, но я подумаю. В общем, ссылка есть на телеграм-канал, все оповещения будут там. Ну и, собственно, на этом пока-пока.